Hello everybody. I'm going to try making an art video. Um, my name is Michael and here we go. We're going to do some drawing first, and we're going to draw kind of a simple object, and it's going to be a plant, but you can draw anything you like. I'm just going to go over some basics. And plants have round shapes, and the pot usually has some straight lines and geometric shapes, and it's a nice thing to draw to start. Anyway, here we go. So I just flipped the camera around, and I'm going to try to decide what plant to draw, which is part of the art process, is trying to decide what to draw. This is an orchid, and it's not blooming, but it has a nice shape, so that's a possibility. Actually, that would be kind of an interesting thing to draw. But, art is kind of a little about like going out fishing. You kind of actually, it's nice to, oh, that would be fun. You gotta sort of want the fish you're gonna catch. So draw something you actually want a drawing of, which is always a good thing. And that's kind of big on top. This little guy is small on top. That would be kind of fun to draw too. And these little succulents would be fun. And this is it's a little, what do you call it? Like, this shape is sort of globular, but I do like the little shapes in here. They're varied, and there's a flower, which is always nice, and yeah, the flower gets it. Okay, so here we go. All right, so position now the light is coming from behind me. So notice how this looks this way, and then notice how it looks this way. So typically, and I'm gonna make a nice, I'm gonna make this a little like, so we can see the shapes more easily, especially on camera. So, yeah. Oh, I'm not sure about that. Let me see here. Oh, as you see, let's see. I liked how there's a conversation between these two plants, and there's a little bit of a circular composition going on here, where your eye generally goes up here, and then it kind of feels good to have that left, and let's see here. But overall, this is a pretty darn this is a very awkward shape as far as plants go. So we could just paint or draw this top part, which is actually really beautiful, or find a new plant. There is something odd about this plant, though. It comes up, and then it comes into a T. And it's gonna be a little weird for our composition, I think. So one thing I started to do sometimes is sometimes I'll put, I can't, I'm holding the camera with my other hand, so I can't, but imagine I have my other hand to, like, on the other two sides of a rectangle. Like, I have two sides, one side here, one side here, and then I kind of hold my hand in the other direction and make a square. And so that's how I generally will compose from my subject. But guess what? I think this is going to be a little weird. Well, let's go with this one here. Okay. Okay, let's take a look at this guy. See if we like the if we like the thing or not, the shapes. So the shapes. Oh, that's kind of cool. I like how the light is coming on this leaf here, and there's a little sweep going up here. This is unfortunately a little crooked, but maybe we can. Nobody says you can't modify. Oops, darn it! I think I just broke the. Oh well. Oops. I think I broke the root a little right there. See my oops right there. Oops. Okay, that's all right. And let me see if I can get this to stand more upright. So there, when you're sitting down for a drawing, you know, it's your world. You're creating it, and you can also do things to your setup that you want that make you happy. Something about this is not making me happy. All right, so one thing I wanted to talk about was how do you decide what to draw? So and from what angle? Okay. Just kind of feeling this out here. Take a nice deep breath. Now it feels like it's heading away somehow. So I know it sounds like this is kind of weird, but this plant isn't doing it for me either. Guess what? This is part of the artist's process. Let's try this one. Whoa. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, Oh, maybe. That's kind of interesting. Maybe we'll bring one of these back over here. Maybe. Let's see here. Oh yeah, I'm liking this. Okay. Okay, so the reason I like this is because a couple of things. You see compositionally how this goes this way and this goes this way? That is bringing your eye in that direction. Those are converging compositional lines. This line is holding, it's like, it's almost like architecture. So if I were to like, square this shape up, this is a nice, this is a stable corner. It's and without being boring, like if the box itself, if I were to include the whole box, that would, I think, overwhelm the composition. So, but if I think of it as more like a narrower, like I'll crop it in or something maybe. Maybe it's a square composition. Do you see that? So we've got the energy going this way of I flow, and then we've got this thing which is coming up and going over here, and that's pointing towards this, which is kind of interesting. And those are actually buds of this orchid, so they will pop, but only in a couple of weeks. But I might go online and, like, if the drawing comes out nicely, I might go online and might get some reference for flower. It wouldn't be very hard, and then I might include a flower on there. But I like how this is going here, and then this is sort of relating to this. There's some energy kind of coming out of here, and then there's this energy flowing here. And if I don't make it dead center, like don't align, like if you were to do this, that might feel weird. But give it some space. Drawing is, as much as you're drawing the objects, you are also drawing the space around the objects. So you gotta feel the shapes. See that little nice little triangle there? That's gonna help feel like if I close that off, it becomes dead. And if I include it, it's got more life. And this, the question is this too vertical and sort of in line with this line? Now, I don't have to, like, the nice thing about art is, of course, you can minimize aspects and, by drawing them softly or out of focus or just hinting at them, which is, I guess, soft. So did you see when I moved this a little bit, I caught some of this nice light here on that leaf. So that echoes with this leaf. So when you have things that go doom, doom, doom like that, it creates a kind of almost a rhythm in your painting, and it also pulls the eye around. Then there's value. Like a value assessment is like how much bright or dark do you want here? But I think this is good. I like this. It's doing it for me. I feel like I can work this. So I'm going to grab a pencil and we'll start the drawing. Okay, I'm back. And I put in a little piece of white cardboard there and my drawing board over there to sort of clean up the background to make it's a whole lot easier to see shapes, negative shapes particularly if the background is clear, and positive shapes too. So I got my this is a Swarthmore. I'm stealing it from my daughter, and 1114, which is bigger than I need. But the nice thing about that is you can do it any way you like, but of course, if you started drawing in the middle, then you can always, cut it and finish it, or don't even cut it, just draw lines, and then you can move the lines around to help with your composition. So I find that when the picture plane that you're drawing is a little more even. Here, I'll put this over here. If I see a little something sticky. Anyway, that's all right. It's all managed. Okay, so maybe not. Maybe this way. So this little fiddle diddling I'm doing now is very, very typical to art process. You can't figure everything out in advance, and if you try to, you'll never start. So this is like driving down the road. You make all kinds of course corrections here. That's kind of why I'm showing you like all the stuff and I'm trying to also tell you what I'm thinking while I'm doing it, so you get the vibe. So here we go. So one thing to think about is, okay. So let's say I'm gonna do some a square. It's gonna be a square drawing. Oh, actually, I don't remember it being this little bit up here. Well, I don't think it's necessary. I might select delete for that stick. I'm not sure. All right. So where's the what's the thing that you want to focus on here, and what are the overall themes here? This is one theme here. These lines that go this like that, and then there's this vertical line, which is pretty important. And then there's this one and this one, which I talked about earlier. So generally speaking, you don't want to put things in the right smack in the middle. That's very undynamic. So I might, because let's say if I did this, then this is a focal point, and that's a pretty strong line coming up through here to the focal point, and it's right smack in the middle. So what if I thought about it like a little like this? So then this way, let me move a little bit. Yeah, that's better. So now, oh darn, I wish this thing wasn't here. See, can I take it out? Let's see if I can take it out. Okay, one side's out. Okay, hang on a second. I can just dismantle my napkin holder. Okay. All right. Now. All right. So here's the middle of my paper. I don't want that to be in the middle. So I'm going to I want the. Let's say I'm just gonna scribble some lines here. Oh darn, you can't see them. I'll go a little heavier. I'm gonna just put some preliminary lines down. Do you see how big my eraser is? This is just as important a tool as this. You do a lot of drawing with this. Or not. Again, anything I say can be contradicted and should be contradicted because it's dynamic. So I've got a line. I've got a general box here. I've got I've got this plant. I'm gonna let this thing overhang the center point a little bit, like so. It's gonna go over here, like. Oh darn! You really can't see the pencil line, but So I'm trying to figure out how to do this video thing, but I think it's gonna be like this or so, something like that. So that, yeah, it's gonna be like that. You see my little scribbles? Keep it. Oh, my grip. I'm not holding it like this on purpose. When you hold a pencil like this, you get like, it's fine if you're trying to, maybe if you're doing some really like detail-y kind of thing or something. But for, at least for starts, I would recommend holding it like this or like this, because or like this. This is a wonderful way to hold a pencil. That's how you would hold a piece of charcoal if you were drawing. Because then your arm is doing the drawing, and you're not going to be fussy, because it's really easy to get lost in the weeds when you're drawing. You know, like if I were to, let's say, you know, try to work out all these little things and then decide I don't like it there, I'd have, you know, it's a little bit discouraging, and I might not make the edit because I put too much time into it. Okay, so how does this shape here relate to this leaf? So what I do is I often will look for the shapes around things, and like here, kind of looks like a little mound here, and then it goes over here. So let's see if we can find that over here. Oh geez, I can't from where I'm sitting, it's hard for me because I need to be able to see my page, and the camera has to see my page, so the camera's in my way, but that's okay. So we're gonna put a little arch there. We're going to let's see now. Oh, at this point, you could squint your eyes if you chose to. That's another nice way of seeing things. Maybe, let's see if I can, let me see if I can zoom out. You can see both, maybe. How do I do that? Maybe okay. I'll do it like that. And so now you can see both, and I can see both. Seeing both at the same time actually is kind of important. I mean, you obviously don't, again, none of this is fixed. But, okay, so there's this shape, and there's this shape. So let's see if we can, get that, or let's see if I can get that. Okay, and I'm squinting because I want to I want to see the bigger shapes. Oh gosh, I'm getting all this camera shake, sorry. Okay. And coming up here, we've got this guy, and I'll throw that in just for now, but, okay. And we're coming down here. So this line coming down here, it starts up here, it comes, there's a little vertical, and then it comes down and it, yeah. Um, it really sweeps in there, doesn't it? Right into here. You see that little V there? So this sneaks in under, or right, yeah, this is, oops. Oh. Okay. So, and then there's this thing here, comes here. Oh, I'll get in here. So there's this, what I'm drawing is right in here. Oops. So this thing pokes out in front of this coming together. So here I am poking out, and ooh, that's interesting. Sometimes, like when you have a shape like this, like you're like, what the heck is that? Is that line that goes, you know, on the underside of this leaf? And I'll actually hold a pencil up to it so I can compare it to a straight line. So it looks like it has, it starts out here low, goes high here, and it goes low a little bit. It's like a very little bit, and into the now and the bottom. Well, on the camera you can see the bottom, but I can't actually see the bottom from my view, so it's getting a little confusing. But so here we go. Squinting again, we've got this shape coming out here, and never try to be perfect, because you'll stop you in your tracks. Okay, so now I don't know. I'm just gonna draw. Maybe I'll turn this into a time lapse, so you don't have to draw every little thing here. And it's clear to me that this overall shape is a whole lot wider feeling than the thing I'm drawing. So I have some choices to make there. I could bring up the bottom and bring down the top, keep the top where it is, because I feel like the ratio between here, and here actually does feel like it's working. That's here to here. So I'm gonna bring that bottom up somehow. And I feel like, let's see. I mean, of course, as I move the camera around, it changes shape, of course. But let's see. I feel like it just needs to be more narrow. This shape feels heavy to me, and this object right here feels a little heavy, but not as heavy as this. So it's you can also go on your emotions, how things feel, not just how they look. And let's see what would make sense here. Oops, there we go. Okay, and there we go. Okay, now I gotta redo this middle line here. Well, I don't have to do anything, but let's redo the center stem line here. And how does it feel? Oh, I'm getting mixed messages, because now I'm looking at the screen, which is lower than my eyes, and so it's seeing something different. So I don't know what to do about that until somebody invents a transparent camera. You'll never exactly see my view. So okay. All right, that's fine for now. Doesn't have much grace. Do you know what I mean by grace? Well, the grace of the leaf, for me, is this shape comes up here, and then it comes down here, and it has all these nice little ripply things on the side. It's very, very nice. I don't know if you can see that. Oh yeah, now you can. So my line does not have it yet. My drawing. So it's okay. But let me squint, and I'm just gonna see if I can't. I'm gonna change hand position to a kind of a charcoal thing, and I'm gonna see what happens here. If I try to get some of this graceful thing here. Okay, so this is coming down more, and this is coming under. There is a really cool highlight right on the edge of the leaf, but don't worry about that stuff yet. Okay, so okay, a little dark. Okay, this is a little shadow. I'll start to indicate some of those lines. And there's some really beautiful. Okay, now what I'm doing right now is with my finger, just getting this. I don't know if you can see it, but right in here, there's like a very subtle gradations. And so, and then there's a highlight that swoops in here like that. So I'm gonna keep it simple, but to me, I don't have this very important little tip thing going on. Do you see that? How the leaf comes together in a sort of a funny way. I don't have that yet, but it's a really important detail for me. So let's see if we can get that. Comes down, and then here I am getting fiddly, guys. It's not what it's supposed to do. Too early. That kind of stuff is icing. It's not the cake. Okay. So, all right. Okay, so there we have it. It's got I can feel a little bit of life energy there in my drawing. So it's time to move on. And we'll get back to it later. Here we go. If I could stop drawing, that would be awesome. Sometimes it's hard. Okay. Ooh. What? There really is. Here I am wrong. This really is a very dark stem, isn't it? And this edge is also like right here on the plant itself, you know, if you had to put a scale of, you know, 1 to 10 in terms of value, 0 is white and black is, you know, 10. That's like, you know, 7. So, but it's okay. It's okay. We're gonna get there. We're starting with a white page, so you gotta take your time. Okay, let's just keep going here. All right, so that's fine. And you see that? See that line right there? This is the stem line. Okay, so okay. Not sure where my composition is going to start or stop, but I'm just going to take out these silly lines. So this is shadow leaf behind it. And I guess it's going to be important because this relates to this in a similar way that this relates to this. So the leaves there's a symmetry there. So even though I'm not crazy about putting this heavy thing like alongside of, you know, my other leaf, I'm just gonna go with it. And I'll probably, I'm just gonna tone it in like that. It gives a little pop. It makes this leaf pop out. You know, these lines that are in the leaf, that almost gives, like, those are, you could almost use those as like a contour line. But you don't have to. All right, here we go. So, where am I? I'm here. I think let me see. Now, you gotta squint. At this point, you gotta squint to figure out where you are. Sometimes, like, where do I want it? Like, see the big pictures. Maybe you can draw along with me. I don't know if that's too much like, you know who. I did not like that show growing up. I don't know why, but it bugged me. But I liked how he talked. Bob Ross. And let's see. I'm gonna trim this in a little. Okay. Okay, so this part of the plant has a little bit of a roundness to here. So we gotta try to figure that. This is gonna be like an hour long, isn't it? But that's okay. Just relax. Oops. And I'm gonna try doing some landscape too, but I figure I'd give this a go, see how it worked first. notice it, the plant, it kind of, there is, it kind of goes down and then changes direction a little bit and then up and then down. So it's a nice little detail there. So in my drawing, it's got to go, this part of the leaf comes halfway into the plant. I don't know if you can see that, but it starts halfway. Like here's one side, the other side of the plant. The leaf starts here and down, and then changes direction a little bit and softens. Oops, I can't see it. And then down. So lots of different ways of thinking about this, although you don't necessarily want to think about it. But I'm just gonna draw this like here because I'm just not gonna worry about that. So right now, squint your eyes. You could see that this leaf is right here is throwing a pretty dark shadow under this plant. Do you see how that? So that's my view up there. But that's I have to hold the camera there because I have to look. I'm looking over. Okay. All right. So there we go. And I don't like how the energy is. I know I talk about energy or tension, or I don't know how you describe it. Like when an object kind of falls off the page like that, it's sort of, can you feel how that energy is just like falling and not coming back? Even if I hold the line with a line, it still feels a little off. So, question: what do you do about something like that? I would do something like this to stop the energy from leaking out. I would create some shadow lines that are in the kind of in a direction that's gonna help hold that. Oh yeah, that doesn't really work either. It's better, but all right, this is super important right here. That people can see and feel this line that comes in the middle. Okay, that's good. So the reason I want to do that is because if I don't on my drawing, that'll feel too heavy. And then this is now feeling too light, just in my drawing. So, I don't know what the analogy is, but squint. there's a beautiful line in there. Oh, darn. Okay, so I just added this line here. And I'm not loving how these shapes are working here. Like something. Can you feel how this I'm missing something. I'm just gonna tone it a little. And I'm gonna give this edge a little. Now, keep in mind, if you do a whole bunch of lines, guess what? Your push-pull is gone. Can you see how these three lines are sort of fighting each other? So you decide what side of the leaf gets the heavy line and minimize the other ones. Otherwise, you'll have what this is, which is, like no fun. So in this case, it's kind of natural that this shape, and did you notice how when I just took out that line, did you notice how something happened? It all of a sudden feels better, because it just feels like this is now pushing out into the world, whereas before it was caged in. It's the best I can do to describe the feeling. And there's also another hierarchy that I kind of missed here. Can you see how this is really a secondary shape to this, at least up on top. And so in my drawing, I have them more kind of equal. So what that does to the drawing is it makes equal shapes are more static. So we gotta change that. If you want drama, you can't have equality. All right, here we go. This is a very dramatic drawing. Okay, so here we go. And okay, so now I'm in a situation where the real life plant, the line never goes vertical, and it's always on a slight angle, see that? And in my drawing, it's now like there's an overhang. So something's got to give. And so I get rid of that. And breathe. Okay. So there's also a little something going on here where this guy, oops. now, can you feel how that leaf feels a little better? Now I've got the right spot for it, but the line is too thick. So I'm gonna narrow it, and you see how that leaf has a highlight that runs on this side of the leaf, on the right side of the leaf. So I'm gonna get that just by erasing the lines I drew, and also I'm kind of pushing it over a little. I'm gonna erase this too. So here I'm discovering the line with an eraser. And now, let's see, there's a darkness on this side, which is quite important to the overall shape. Can you see that? You see the darkness right in there. Not quite loving that for some reason. Oops. Could be my pencil's gone too flat. The shape of a pencil, if I don't know if you can see that, but if it's too rounded, it'll give you a wider line, and if it's too pointed, it'll give you like too fine a line. So usually, if you're drawing like with a flat side and you rotate it 180, you'll get to a finer line. So you'll notice me doing that sometimes. Okay. All right, that. Oh, wait a minute. There's a little curve here that I'm missing. Oh well. We'll see. And also I don't feel like this part right here is holding the weight of the leaf, even though it doesn't look like it. It doesn't feel heavy, so it's creating a bit of a problem inside the drawing. It's something similar to happening in real life. So sometimes you gotta kind of adjust things so it feels like it's weight bearing, even if it doesn't look like it's weight bearing. So I'm gonna go a little heavier, even though it's actually a really delicate line. Right in there. I've got to go heavier because I want it to feel strong, so it holds the weight. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Squint. And I'm gonna put this, even though it doesn't really, it's not really how it is in real life, but let's see if this makes it hold better. And then this thing right here. So this has got to feel, see right in here? This has got to feel like this is coming out of here. And then it's got to feel like it's coming here. And then this second leaf envelops the first leaf. And it comes under here. This could probably go really dark here for it to feel right. And then this, yeah. Okay. And I don't really want a heavy line there, so I'm gonna loosen it up a little. Keeping that little duber I just erased is really important. And it's really important that this shape feels like attached to here. But now I get this sense that this is enveloping this other shape, which is what's happening here. I know, artists are crazy. You have to care. Well, I guess you don't have to. There's plenty of art sells without caring. Or plenty of art is made without caring. And some of it is actually really fun. There's something like, I don't know. I won't go there. All right, so what do we got? We got this right here, we got that, we got this. This whole area is probably, I probably did this drawing, like too much work on this drawing, because well, just like I said earlier, you may live to regret it, because you may want to change the whole thing and scale it down or scale it up or move it left or right, and you've done all that work and you're just going to erase it. Possibly. So let's move on, and I have to move this a little bit here so I can see more of the drawing. I'll put this a little bit here so it's not okay. What's happening here? All right, so we've got this little guy. So at this point in the drawing, it would make sense to either move over here and like, which I'm gonna do, and then work myself up, like, you know. So I'm right now, yeah, I've got this. I want this whole shape here to relate nicely with this shape on the page. It's really important. So I may even rescale this to fit my needs. So let's take a look. Because if I did it straight the way it is, it would be, let's see, now this is really hard for me because I can't see through my phone. Okay. This is going to be here. That's the box. This is going to be darker. And coming over here, let's see what we got. We've got this funny little shape that intertwines here. These are roots, actually. Somebody told me they're roots. The one I snapped off. All right. Oops. This thing is totally in the way. Hold on. Let me get rid of it. And we need a candle. Another candle. Oops, not tall enough. This is a painted gourd my mom made me. Isn't that cool? She put horses on it. It's a bird feeder. Oops. Okay. Let's see. That might work. All right. So straight. Okay. We'll put this to the side a little, so I can see. Oops. All right. So now I'm drawing this leaf here and how it relates to this leaf. Like right at the moment, my sense is I want this leaf to be I want this to be shorter. Remember what I said about don't go crazy with detail? That's what I was talking about. Doesn't that feel better? Like more like this leaf. Okay. Now I'm squinting and I'm seeing this shape. So in your mind, actually take a look at this white shape here. It comes down. I mean, this is the negative space I'm looking at. It comes down, it comes over. It's almost like a lightning bolt, right? A cartoon lightning bolt where, like, obviously there's no top. Well, the top is sort of this plant here. But I want this to be over here, actually, not here. Okay. So, I mean, what a regular art teacher would say is, you know, put in these big shapes like this, like, and then, you know, and yeah, that's a good idea. I mean, but when you put in a linear shape like that, it kind of slices up the composition. Don't put things in that don't make you happy. So kind of forget about that thing. And pretend that the orchid can hold its own. All right, so it comes, but you can use that if, as you know, maybe, I mean, you can leave a super faint line in. See a super faint line as a reference for yourself, and you can take it out later. So there's this line right here, which is actually pretty key to getting the feel of this shape. So there's this double branch thing that's happening here. Can you see that? There's under branch, middle branch, over branch. And I'm going to try to just indicate that without going crazy. I can get rid of this too. Okay, so and do you see how the orchid stem, it comes up? it changes direction. So let's say I wanted to change direction right here. So then I would go this way. This is where it changes direction. It goes behind the stick, and then there's another where this stem, you can just barely see it, but there's another change in direction that occurs right behind there. Do you see it? See that little bump? Where it goes up. Here, I'll try to get a view of that. Yeah, I can't really see it, but anyway, it's hard to see. Maybe I'll just move the leaf for a second. All right, there. You see it? See how the plant changes a slight direction? It's vertical. I'm sorry. It's off at an angle here, and then there's a short vertical, more vertical here, and then off at an angle again. So we're gonna try to get that. So it comes down. Joins in. This is a little pod over here. Down. Vertical. Where it joined in with this stem thing. Looks like the stem has a mini pod on it. All right. Keep in mind how this, and this are relating to each other, and how, like, if I put it right smack in the middle like that, doesn't it? It just kills it. So when it's up higher, it feels like it's in the air. You see what I mean? You see how that doesn't? Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna hopefully you feel that. Okay. So we've got the little guy going on to the left. That's this guy here. And then we've got this whole branch thing coming up to the right. And then it offshoots to a little pod. And then, okay, we're gonna keep going here. So then it's got a vertical, widens slightly, and then it kind of sneaks around a little. Wait, remember what I said about the two lines? Can you see how that has no energy? And then you know, the light is more or less coming in from the left. So take away that one side, and it feels like a branch. Isn't that weird? And then sometimes I'll use tone on around something if I want to give it some space, or a very fine line, intermittent. So even that, I killed it. Do you see? No energy. Let's try again. You can draw and erase about 1,000 times without going through the paper. Dang it. It's probably because I can't see it. It's hard to draw. Interestingly, to me, this branch wants to be dark. I think because it is dark. See how dark it is? So it doesn't want it. It's you know, I'm getting from it like, you know, that sense that it just doesn't want to be lined at all. I mean, no left and right line anyway. All right, here we go. So now we're down the tip. I got my hidden branch. It's coming in. What do you want to have happen over here? So let's talk about negative shapes again. I can't do. I really like. I can't really go here until I talk about this leaf over here, which is could be problematic because it's parallel to the branch. You know what I mean? Like this coming up here is very close to this edge of this leaf. So this is going to save us, because without this, it would be like two parallel lines, and it's never a good thing. So here we go. Fortunately, this branch gets blocked by this leaf here. One thing you can do when you're drawing is you can look for lines if you want. This comes out, this comes down, and where does that point? Where does that stem point? Right to the middle of this plant. So in my drawing, I know pretty much that I want the. Oh, and then my grandpa was an architect. He always would go like this. He would measure things. That's only if you want to make it measured, but so you would go like, oh, okay, so this is to the end of the pencil. You go like that, and then you slide it over, and you're lined up kind of like where the extension of the pot is right there, right? Maybe I moved a little. Depends on where you want to start your leaf, but let's say we start it there and we move over. Yeah. Yep. Okay, and then this is now I'm going to go just with the yellow so you can see it better, and decide where midpoint is. Like on this yellow part, it's right about there. So that's right where the S of soft is. Like, you know, it's right around in there, right? But maybe it's slightly left. Okay, so, and that is sort of where the leaf pops out. So on here, I adjust the scale to here, and I go over and over more, and then that'll tell me that. Let's see, it's funny because I'm looking at the camera instead of looking at my drawing. Okay, so let's just put a little mark right there, And let's go half here. You can, I wouldn't necessarily do it this way, but this is sort of a good beginning way to do this. So let's see. So then, if that's the case, you know, use one eye too if you want to like abstract things, and just see their shape. Yeah, I'm gonna move this over because I don't actually want this the stem part to be like halfway to the edge of this pot. The pot being over here. And the other side of the pot is lining up pretty well with the end of the leaf. Little tip there. So then it would be down here. And it would come up. So this line, you know, would leave this little section. Okay. And this actually, as far as composition goes, having, well, it's not that deep, but having a shape like this towards the bottom of your composition, can you see how that works to sort of hold those shapes like a vessel? All right, here we go. I know we're not going to see this, but I draw it anyway just to get myself oriented here. So these are broad shapes that I'm doing now just to kind of get the lay of the land. Again, I'm squinting, and then this is coming here. What's going on here? I think there's something weird happening. So much for my dark branch. I should have done the shapes first. Remember I was telling you about. Okay, here we go. I am trying to show you art process. It's not linear. At least mine isn't. Oops. All right, that doesn't quite work. So what I'm trying to draw is this side of this leaf, and I also want it to talk to this leaf. It's not talking. Can you, all right, there we go. Nope. So this shape comes up and it kind of wants to be like over here. Like I want it to come up and in this, like as if you threw a ball here, it would, if you throw a ball here, it would land there. You know what I mean? So the top of the leaf I want there. Then the side, is it vertical? Maybe. That's a vertical line. Yeah, it looks okay. Feels okay. Darken this little guy. And here we go. Maybe just sharpen my pencil. So, did you notice when I spun my pencil around, the line went from thin to thick? I'm just trying to draw this, like, I know it's a darker line in the real life, but I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna do it like that. Because if I do, it's gonna be a bit of a line, but I'll see how it feels. Oh man. You see how that comes down in there? Very sharp point right there. And then this dark section here. So got this oops. Okay, so it comes up, it comes around this little leaf, which I haven't drawn yet, and connects up there. And this thing goes here, and give it a little fade out now. Now it's apparent. I'm going to switch over to my sharp point, and I'm going to see what I can do without getting crazy. I almost guarantee you I'm going to erase this line. And there's this highlight that comes down very sharply. Let me see how that feels. Not getting something. Doesn't feel like it's in, like the stem part. The stem part has to feel behind this edge. Otherwise you lose the, see it like that. All right. So what's happening here? A little dark area. And then there's this second leaf that comes out. And swoops. Very interestingly. Swoops pretty quickly off to one side. And this is the part of the leaf that the the point down here, and then there's this pretty flat shape that swoops around here and joins up with a little hook. And let's see here. Okay, so what's going on here? This side is, well, actually, I was gonna say that this side is dominant again, and that's smaller, but in real life, it's the opposite. Okay. So let's start at the hook. Although normally I would start here because with plant shapes, it's probably a good idea to grow with the plant, kind of. You'll come out to the end where the end wants to be. There is a second leaf under there, but I'm not going to worry about it. I'm just going to throw some shadow in here so it doesn't mess with my eye. And there's this wonderful thing happening here where it's curving around pretty quickly. Okay. And maybe this has to come down a little. Oops, now I'm losing my lead. All right, switch pencils. Let's see. I'll get some pencils over here. Hold on a second. All right, back with my new pencil. This is sharpened and a sharpener, and there's advantages and disadvantages to that. One is, okay, yeah, you got a nice point. It's just a little harder to do shades because if you do shades, you can either do that, or I guess you can go light and get a medium line, but it's almost like I'd rather it be a little more rounded at the tip, but it'll round out. It'll round on its own. Oops, sorry. Can't erase with one hand. Anyway, ignore that stuff. We'll erase it later when I have two hands. Okay. All right, we're back at this leaf. Okay, you want to know something silly? Sometimes I'll take shapes and I will think of something funny that it looks like. Like, can you see the shape and can you see it as a kind of a weird smile? Like this is the hook of the smile, it goes up on this side, and the hook over on this side goes down, and then it sort of looks like two lips. So with that in mind, we come over here and then you look at your drawing and you go, okay, so this funny smile thing, and that's just another funny way of doing things. Sometimes I'll turn difficult shapes into architecture. because I like drawing architecture. Okay, so keep in mind, drawings are not photographs, and the value of a drawing is not how much it looks like a photograph. In fact, you could say how your interpretation of the thing is what counts, and it is what's interesting. Or said differently, it's the difference between reality and your interpretation that's interesting. Okay, so there we go. All right, let's keep going. What's next here? All right, this is a very big leaf. It lost its edge, which is, in a funny way, this looks like a big tongue, right? And it's a little bit like, wow, that's a big shape. So the way I've drawn it and sort of kept it like without a giant contrast in value, like, you know, I mean, I didn't sort of, anyway. I kind of like how it feels, letting it come in and out of this drawing better than I like it in real life, and that's not uncommon because that's art. Hold on, sorry, I gotta fix my gourd. Okay, back again. All right, let's talk about this. My negative shapes are different now. What I do? what did I move? Oh, I think I moved the when I was moving the gourd around, I slid the plants around. Oh well. Models often move. That's okay. All right, so what do we got here? We've got this, you could think of this coming down here and coming around here like this. Like turn this negative shape in, this is what I would do anyway, just so you can abstract it easily. Turn this negative shape into a really funny character. And in my funny world, like this becomes the eye of the cartoon, and then this becomes the mouth where it's like kind of yelling, and this is like the hair, and then so imagine this line closes, and this is the bottom of the mouth, and this is like, I don't know, maybe it's a cartoon shark, and that's the side fin. And then there's this little shape here, which is like the torso of the shark. So, can you see how just when you've done that and that's in your head, when you go to look at the page, how much easier it's gonna be to draw? All right, so here we go. Cartoon. So the eye. We now know that this is Boy, I need a board. This comes down here, and then I've got this funny sort of screaming shape here, and this. All right, so in reality, from my point of view, these two connect, and you would never want that, because it's way better to have it sort of come underneath, because it'll make this shape like come forward, and the bottom shape come down. All right, so where's my shark? Where's my shark? Okay, so I got the mouth, and oh, I've lost it. All right, hold on a second. It's because the camera's seeing something different. So now I'm looking at the back of the camera and drawing that shape because I can't see. I can't see that reality because the camera's in the way. This is very much a learning thing for me. I've never made it a detailed art process video. So that's also part of art. That, getting comfortable, not knowing, and stepping into the unknown, even if it is a house plant. Okay, here we go. All right, there. This is coming around here, and this is going down like a tongue. Again, we talked about that, how that might be a problem. There's no double edge on this particular pot, but I really need there to be another line here, because can you see how that changes it right when I put that line in? Can you see how that the feel of this changes? And then I move this back to accommodate like a sort of a terracotta pot shape. Can you feel how that line is important to this composition? It has to do with this line echoes this line, and this, wait a minute, this line has to go over this line. Okay. All right, so we got our little unhappy shark, and we got our slightly adjusted reality here, and we're gonna draw these stem pieces in, or maybe, we'll see if they help or hurt. It might just be too much, but we'll see. Oh, wait a minute, it doesn't go there. Goes up. Well, one goes over. Okay, so this is more like what I'm seeing. because I have to look over the camera, and then this is what you guys are seeing. I don't know which to draw, but which do I like better? Do you like that better? Or do you like that better? It's pretty obvious that this is better because the energy is connecting, like, abstractly. These shapes are more interesting, I think, in how they go together than these shapes. This feels dead to me, and that's anemic, and it's too close to this. And then this is a nice little echo of the center stem line. So I'm going to go with the camera view. All right. So I had to move my head down to be where the camera was. And so this goes through here, comes here, goes right to the stem. And this one, wow. Comes out, goes up, goes down, gets smaller as it goes away, and goes up. But there is an elbow here, and I'm missing it. Okay. And there's a few little things in here. There's a thing that comes over here. They look like fingers, right? I mean, yeah, they're very odd shapes. This one's been trimmed. Oh, and there's a nice little, it's hard to see, but see, there's just like one little thing, this one right here is poking up, so the energy going this way, and then this is nice because it's cutting that, and like it's juxtaposition, I guess you would call it. So can you see how if I just left that there and I didn't put the one in that goes up here, do you see how that's a problem inside the composition? These radiating shapes are getting annoying. Like, again, it's a feeling thing. So up, over. Might even make it longer than it is because I feel like I need it. Like that. Although sometimes if you put a shape that ends on a curve, it can be a problem. We'll see. When you do something like that, it creates a lot of kind of tension and energy there where you don't necessarily want it. So let's see how it looks crossing over, even though it doesn't do that in real life. But these things seem to grow random directions, so if I can draw it randomly, there, that's better. Do you see how that feels better? Okay, let's move on. try this right up here. This little spot right here. See, it's a little darker over here than it is over here. But there's an overall darkness that's like that. And there's an overall brightness that's over here. So I might have it like that. I remember I had a little trouble over here because it didn't feel like it was coming out from here. It felt like it was coming from up here going down when this all this was like light colored, which is actually how it is. Do you see what I mean? How that feels like it's actually coming down, but actually you want it's a plant, so you want the energy to go up. That's why I had to darken this area. Anyway, here we go. Let's see what happens. So I'm squinting, and let's see if we can. No, I missed it. Yeah, I missed it. Something's wrong. I don't have the sheet right, I think. Let me see. Squint. Alright, so this shape doesn't do that. Doesn't poke out as far as I have it. See, it feels like I can better if I discover that this is a dominant line, then this, and then this, I'll have the right shape. Like this one, and this one, and then I'll top it with this one, and then come over here and do this one. Okay, so here we go. What's the dominant line? It's this one. And then this one. And then this one. And I know they're curves. And then I'll top it over here. Like that. And then I'll try to straighten it. I mean, smooth it out a little. Okay. What's happening over here? I seem to have lost the grace of this line that comes up and like swoops up and then over and then up. So my line, well, the stem, this part of the leaf goes in and has a beautiful sort of thing there where it goes in to the middle, and all right, so this is a rounded edge. So, let me see how, I'm trying to get this top right there, these shapes here, and over here. Okay. Okay. And we're gonna come down the ski slope. But for some reason, it changes right there. Like, oh, I know, it's the light. Oh, see, can you see that? Right? I don't know if well, it comes down to here, and then there's like this shark fin shape here. Let's see if we can get that right. Well, not right, but let's see if we can get it feeling like it does. So, what's the first problem here? You guessed it. It's having all these lines are deadening this shape. So, although I worked hard to discover them, it's time to get rid of the lines. And that one particularly. All right. Oh, and the middle one is deadly. There's no subtlety. The plant is very subtle, right? Oh, I guess I could turn it into in my mind, I could turn it into a funny smile again. Okay. Doesn't quite flow. Nope. No, I got the wrong grip. Squint. Sometimes it's very useful to get value first. See if that helps you out. Remember we talked about there's this triangle that goes across the top. And the right side of this leaf is a little bit lighter than the other side. And there's a little bit of darkness coming off this edge, but it fades pretty quickly. Okay. Now squint at the drawing and squint at the leaf. Did I get it? Did I get the feel of it? I feel like I got the top, although it's flatter than I have. So sometimes if I want to flatten something out, I'll just rub it a little. Okay, now I've got these little streaky things. Can you see the streaks in the leaf? That's going to really help, because that's showing the direction of the growth of the leaf, and it's exactly what I want in the drawing as far as shape goes. And then I'm gonna fade them out a little bit because they are pretty subtle, and then right around here, this stem line almost disappears, and I have it really dark the whole way, so something's definitely gonna go there. In fact, I don't want any line down here at all. I just want it to be a darker shape on this side and a lighter shape. I don't want any line. And the stem goes behind this edge, which is super important. This is, dang it. It's hard to show. You see how this stem goes behind this edge? That's what I'm trying to do here. And eraser will usually give you a kind of a giant, well, you can use eraser shields, but usually you have to erase more than you intend, and then work it back into it. And of course, if you do things like this, what I'm doing now is I'm using the eraser to smear it around. I don't know why I'm doing that, but I'm doing it. And is there any darkness? Oh, yeah, there's a little bit of darkness that comes up in the middle. Okay. This is a big no-no right here, where these two shapes, this line comes together with this line, but there's no space here. So that's not going to work. Now I'm going to try to draw this, this shape has a very subtle, like the leaf is, actually the light is coming through the leaf, and you can see a minute shadow of this leaf behind this leaf. Not a really easy thing to get at, but there it is. And then this is like that. Okay. So clearly this is a giant dark area right here that is not present in my drawing, and this comes up too far, so we're going to shorten it like that. switch grips, subtle shade, squint when you're shading, and squint at your drawing, squint at the subject. I'll give you a chance to study it. Or maybe you can stop the video if you're doing a drawing. I wish I'd said that before. Alright, so now I see that that there's a tip, there's a darkness, and ooh, there's a little hook right at the end. And now I don't want to actually, I want to maintain, yeah, see when I put the background shade in, did you see what happened? This sort of started to breathe a little bit, and then I'm going to lighten this up slightly, and then darken it where I want it to be dark. Okay. There it is, and there it is. Now there's this sort of kind of difficult thing to draw with this dark line that goes around on the edge. Why is that line dark? Because the leaf itself is curved. There's a little, radius on the edge. But there is a minuscule. If you look at it right here, you can also see that there's a highlight, but it's not really a highlight. It's actually a color change on the edge of the leaf. So color changes are hard when they mimic highlights. You can, if you like if you, let's say you're drawing a cat and it has a bold pattern, the bold pattern will sometimes, if you overcome your rendering of the shapes if it didn't have a pattern, right? So you can do it. It just takes a little extra sensitivity. I'm not loving the, yeah. Now the tip feels, there's the tip. The tip in the drawing feels really dark. Like it interferes with the overall composition. It draws your eye down here, and that's not where I want my eye. I'm gonna have my eye go up here when I'm done this drawing. So what to do about it? Two possible things. One is this whole part could be under here could be darkened, and then that darkness would disappear because it's a whole area of darkness. Or just go ahead and lighten it up. But I also realized that my pot shape is, I don't know. Like again, I have a different view. My view of this thing is up here. So that's why my drawing looks like that. But your view, because I can't see through a camera, is down here. And I kind of like the camera view. Can you see how that view is, this view is actually not quite as fun as this view? Because of this shape right here and how it makes this leaf kind of float better. You know, having it like, the only thing I would change maybe is bringing this leaf over so it doesn't end right on the line. Bring it over, I'm going to bring it over probably around here somewhere, I think. See, I have it coming down, but let's see what happens. I'm going to bring the pot, again, you control reality with your drawing. I'm gonna that doesn't work either. This, because you know you're creating a reality here. So I have this not like, you know, the terracotta shape with two with the two thicknesses on the top edge. And this is going to be really important to have that kind of feel darker. And then this is going to probably be something like that. This is definitely going to be dark. Then I have to figure out what I'm going to do with this leaf right here. How do I want to express that leaf in my drawing? If I do it by reality, it would come sort of where a little bit more, well, actually it would come this way and then around from where my view is. But again, that's not gonna, if this is the line and I draw the leaf coming down here and then parallel to here, it's gonna kind of stink. So I'm gonna take this leaf and I'm gonna draw it as if it's like that. And there's another reason I want to do that, because I want in the composition, I wouldn't mind having more things that sort of like, you know, come up, like bringing my attention to that area there. So zoop and scoop it over here, something like that, and then deep. So do you notice when I covered up that, the drawing lost a little bit of its fun? That was just kind of like maybe an important thing that it got lost. Do I bring it back? Can you feel that? Can you feel how now this has a nice shape right here. You see on this bottom leaf, like if it was over here, like that. You see how that would, it turned it into an S shape. It went over and back when I moved it over like that. It's kind of an important little shape, so I'm going to recreate that. Oops, sorry. S, see this S shape. I don't know if this is a boring video or a fun video, but this is a drawing. So I'm setting out to show art process here. So I'm sorry if it's boring. Okay, I might, even though that's the way they are, those two little guys there, I don't like how that feels. Do you see how that feels? Kind of feels broken somehow. I mean, because it is broken. Okay, I'm gonna unbreak them. And imagine now if I make this one go on top of, if this one goes on top of that one, it will create this line that comes down, and that's really probably too much. Do you see that? Can you see how that this line going down is too much? Like, so let's try it the other way. Of course I could, none of this is, but can you feel how that changed it and it feels better? And actually it's still like way too linear, this one. So even though I didn't really draw it, sometimes just kind of indicating things is what's called for, to get the feeling, that kind of craggy feeling. Without being like literal, you know? All right, so that works. And where are we? I think I can, all right, I think I can, now I've got my shark who's yelling. Remember the shark? There he is. And I've got my pot. Squint. I bet you could, if this was alive, I bet you would be taping in. What about establishing all this dark value here, because that's gonna keep this pot weighted where it needs to be, and right now it's not. It's kind of like it's stuck there in a not very nice way. It doesn't feel good. So speaking of feel good, there's a really nice curve on the underside of this right here, and it comes down and it hooks into this part, and I don't have it. See how I don't have it? So this comes down and around, and then instead of having this nice little thing here, this I can't look at it while I'm looking at the phone, but okay, here we go. I'm going to indicate that. There's also this nice thing here with this leaf coming out. Okay. All right. Do you know why this doesn't feel good? It's because this shape is the way I've drawn it, it has no curve. It's got no equal weighted. And so there we go. So it's got to come up, out, and up. And then this right here. Doesn't that, I'm not sure what it reminds you of, but there's something. This funny little shape in there. My hand's getting cramped on my phone. Oh. Okay. It's not perfect, but it's better. Yeah, it's like this thing has like all these, like think of it as like an octopus. There's all these tentacles popping out of it. So here we go. Squint. Still don't have it. Okay, something just happened. I don't know if you felt it, but yeah. This is that black stem piece that's coming out and going up, and I'm not thrilled about it, the way it relates to this line, but we'll see how it goes. So even though there's light on the far side of this pot, if I keep it like that, might not work. Might not read correctly. Oops, sorry. I want it to feel like that octopus that it is. Sometimes, even when you do medical illustration, you sometimes have to modify things slightly so they're readable. Okay. And there is this shape under here. And this goes up here. Something's going on. All right, so this shape is not where I want it. Okay, see, this is the shape I'm working on right here. This one, this middle one, and I had it coming up and over here. And now it's kind of a mess, but that's all right. That's where the eraser comes in. Tricky. See how the actual shape of the stem is, it's smaller here and it's larger here. Like in real life. Most plant forms, like if you look at a tree, the descending shapes are smaller. You know what I mean? Like the growth pattern. So, could be a problem. All right. I'm gonna, let's see, where do I want it to go? Let's just try some things. What if it grew up like that? Remember, this leaf is going to be like something like that. I mean, of course it's dead because I drew both sides. And when you're shading, you can indicate, when things are vertical. With vertical lines, it's up to you. It's one little easy thing, and then this is called a contour line. You can have things follow the shape. Gives it a little bit of clarity. Not sure about that. What do you think? Do you see what I did though? Do you see why I did it? This is kind of a big shape, and the fact that it's empty is a little bit of a thing, like I don't know what I'm doing here, but like having that looks bad, having that dot at the end. It's a bit of a problem. Yeah, I don't like it. Feels really anemic, right? Because it feels like it's flat here and then it gets rounded. and that's not good. And it also, that, remember I was saying it could be a problem that the actual shapes are thicker as they leave the plant. I mean thinner when they leave the plant and get thicker. And this, we're not used to seeing shapes like that. But I could thicken this part up just visually, just by giving it a little shadow. And then give it slightly more emphasis. That will make it feel bigger. You see how that made it so it, like, and then you can give it, you know, some detail that will also make it feel bigger. All right, let's go on. Okay, what's happening here? See how there's like this dark shape right in here, and these sort of dark shapes coming off. I don't have that, and the drawing really wants that. Can you feel that? I mean, I'm starting to get it, but so here we go. I have to establish what is what. And I'm gonna put the tone in over here, even though it's not true. There's no dark tone over here. Maybe I could put the dark tone over here, and I could have this pop. It's possible. See how that works? A little bit better. Things like this will start jumping out at you. Like, ooh, what's up with that? Okay, so see how that feels? More like the plant. Okay, that's our job. Now, let's look at the whole picture. Right now I've got some nice, fairly nicely, like, you know, rendered orchid here, and this is okay. And this is gonna be beautiful when we go and draw it. And this little bit here, I really like this little, how this and this, and then this one over here. This one is a really nice counterbalance. I'm not gonna put in the stick or the clamp. I'm just not. Sorry. No. Because it just messes with the whole poetic thing. But let's talk about the bigger picture. What's going on with this drawing so far? It's like I have two figures, and they're kind of floating in space. And so that's okay, unless you don't want them to be floating in space, which I find is a little disorienting and not relaxing. And yes, we could, oh, let me just get a little napkin here, sorry. We could think about it as if it was, you know, in a frame or something or whatever, like, and then, like this big shape over here is it's kind of like a big thing. It's probably too big for this. I'll get another napkin. So, like, how is that? Is that starting now? Like, now can you tell, just because I covered that up, now that more of the energy is going to be focused in here? I don't, as I said before, I don't want that in the middle. It might be okay if it was like, oh, my daughter just walked in the door. Hang on a second. All right, I'm back. And there we are. And so what happens as I pull this down? Oops, everything's falling apart. So when I go like this, whoa, you see how that, do you see how that's just felt wrong? Okay, that's a hint, to me anyway. So I know that that's not going to be in the composition. Like, even though I like this top part right here, I don't want something in the corner. That would be way too distracting. So I have to erase this. So I'm going to put the camera down for a second. All right, I'm back and it's gone. That feels better, right? Now let's talk about what's happening on the bottom. Who thinks that this needs more? I do. Let's see what happens. Let's just sketch this in a little more. Oops, wrong. Oh, I forgot to erase this part. Okay. All right. Let's get rid of this line. Let's see. I'm not sure what's going to happen here tonally. Oh, that was the box. And I don't want this line. I don't want this line. I don't want this line. I don't want those lines. I don't want this line. Alright, let's make these disappear a little. All right. All right. So we know though that this tongue is too big. Sorry, for those who love real orchid shapes. For this drawing, it's just too big. So I have to decide, like, oh, okay, so this comes down here, and then this is coming down here, and would it feel good here. This is now looking too big, and it's taking away from my focus, which is up here. So let's try here. Better. Still a little bit of a problem because it just feels like this space is too similar to this space, and this is like maybe it's too centered. Well, to test that theory, let's chop off a little over here. Although, remember that whole rule where it says don't put things right on the edge? And it's kind of true, and it's kind of true. But it's kind of exciting too, because what the hell? Break the rules sometimes. All right. So to get rid of that feeling of this as being boxed in somehow, let's try to give it a little more air. Better. I don't know about you, but it feels like this shape see how this is up here and this is down here? Do you see that problem? This is like, if I drew it straight across here, it would be right around here. If I drew straight across here, it would be up here. So where do I want it? Pick a side, any side. I think I'd rather have it down here. This feels a little weeny. But this has to change. Where do I want the middle? So what I'm doing here is, oh, I already got the wrong grip. I'm adjusting the weight and the of the drawing. See, this is very heavy, and then this was very light, and objects, generally speaking, they don't want to be lopsided. Yes, I'm making this up because it needs to be oops. Okay, Now we're getting somewhere. And how is this feeling now? Wow. Well, now, right now, this area, this is screaming out to me. This is screaming out to me. I'm blank and I'm hurting. And all right, so let's figure this out first, and then we'll go up there. How low do we want this to go, and what shape? Because we're making it up. Right now, it's a big tongue. So if I make it a big tongue, it would look like this, right? Let all the energy out. I guess we have to talk about the box too. Like the box. Remember early on, I pointed out this little triangle here. I think that's going to really help us. And so I'm going to put it in here. I'm just going to kind of indicate that there's going to be a light area here. And I'm going to let that go over. And I'm going to darken this up. And the question is, do I want the light part to break the edge? Maybe. Or do I want the light part to provide like some stability and a stopping point for your eye. And then, of course, if it stops there, that also means that would be the corner of the box. So I'd have to decide what's happening with the box. If the box runs parallel to the composition, brings up all kinds of problems. And if I'm seeing that edge, this edge is not straight on, because if this edge was straight on, I wouldn't see any edge. So it has to go this way. And I want it to go this way because that holds the corner. Remember that whole thing about building architecture? Okay, now, I don't know about you, but I just got a little, the whole thing is starting to work better. But I still got to resolve what I want with this giant leaf. If I bring it down here, it's like a worm coming up off this edge. If I bring it over here and break this corner, that could work. And this would come this way. This would be darker. Better. Still feels big. I could trim it like that. All right, so this is, we're certainly you know, creating our own world here, which is our job. That doesn't feel good either. I don't know what happened, but something didn't work. Okay. So let's take this back and could go behind there. Sometimes I'm going to show you something really cool. When I'm stuck in a composition thing, sometimes the best thing is to flip it upside down, and then the whole thing becomes a abstract. And because you're not connected to it like a representational picture, you can resolve compositional problems much more easily. So, and I might even figure out what's going to happen over here. And it doesn't even have to be upside down. Sometimes you get a better picture of it this way. Or you kind of rotate it until you can get the sense that that you get a little feeling that you have an idea about how to fix it. Well, just for starters, abstractly, I like this orientation the most, so I'm gonna go with that. And I can tell right away, like just abstractly, that this corner being light is not working, because if yes, I do know this is a plant here, but a planter, but I just it's, for some reason it's really bothering me. So you gotta know what bothers you if in art, because then you know what to change. So one of my rules is, if I had to look at a piece for a really long time, like if I was forced to look at it for years, you remember how I said if this darkens here, then I can keep this little lippy thing? And sure enough, that it's a nice little detail, but it's not bugging me the way it did before. Okay, so that works. It also makes these pop forward, which is really important. Notice how these feel much more three-dimensional than these over here. Okay. Where do you want the line? I want the line, or I want something. And again, there's nothing there. It's a, well, of course I could take the boards off and maybe put in some kitchen details. It's not a bad idea. Sometimes your eye will pick up on the details that make the whole thing work. Let's try it. Okay, you get to see my messy kitchen. Oops, I don't like this here. Okay. Let's look at it this way. All right, so it looks like if I were to draw in the actual things here, this would be framed by the dishwasher. What would be in here? Oops, sorry. Like, yeah, this would be that would create a focal point, and then I would have these converging parallel lines going across the top like that. Like these are converged. There's a vanishing point right over here in the perspective of this space. Actually, wait, no, I take it back, because see that line? That's 1, and that's 2, and so it would be like somewhere, I don't know, over where my thumb is. Approximately. Oh no, that's not true. It's way over here. Isn't that wild? See, doop. Okay, so vanishing point is right there, and then on this side, the vanishing point is here and here, so it would be way over here somewhere. If you were to do it 2 point, and then the 3 point perspective would be here. Well, see how this is not vertical, and see how this is not vertical? So there's a vanishing point that's way down next to my drawing. All right, so that's a little perspective. Looking at perspective. But maybe I'll do something else on that some other time. This is really about art decisions. And here we are. So we have a drawing. I could put the details. I could pick up some details. I do like how this shape is both contained by the white shape of the dishwasher, and I like how it breaks out of the shape. It's in and out. And of course I'm not going to draw this or the stick. And then over here, this cabinet, it's a little tricky, but that's actually going at a 45-degree angle. But I don't have to draw it that way. But I wouldn't mind this shape over here being up here, like, you know, here and down here. Well, it's really up above to the left, isn't it? Yeah, it's not bad. If I go there, I can move it around there. Well, let's try it out. It's really hard to see that both of these things now. Okay, we're just gonna go for it. All right, here we go. Strangely, okay, so this is another one of these situations where my vision is up here above the phone. This is the phone, so I like the phone's like composition more than mine, but I guess I'll just draw off the phone. All right, so in real life, on phone screen, this comes here and comes up here like that. So it would come down here, and okay, wow, this is really confusing. All right, if I have the camera view, so that I can see the picture, then you can't see what I'm drawing. So that won't work. All right, I'm gonna lower my head and recreate the camera view. All right, here we go. Okay, let's just see how this works. This is the right side of the dishwasher, and the underside of the countertop, and I'm gonna forget about that 45-degree thing and draw this shape as if that 45 thing isn't there. This is a cabinet. Oops, I can't help myself. Okay. And there's a door. And then there's the edge of the table. Okay. And let's see what else is happening here. Okay, so in here, you see down here, there's some cabinet pulls, and so I'm gonna just sketch them in. If I like them, see how they. All right, so let's see here. How do we feel about this? How do I feel about this? Wow, I'm confused here. I should have probably put a piece of wood over that. Okay, let me draw it as if I had put a trim board in there. And not terrible. But oh, this is the table. And the table has a pretty busy pattern. Squares. So let's just think about squares. That's gonna bug me. I could drop the table edge to here from there. Let's see, and I also don't like how this line is not like parallel to those other lines. Oop. Oop. Better. How do I feel about the negative space in here being checkers? I mean, obviously it's not checker, but okay, so interestingly, when I folded this tablecloth up to create the blue, which is less busy, it's fascinating because it's kind of what the drawing, like, the drawing doesn't want checkers here. I don't think. So in reality, the checkers stop there at the edge of this swoop on the bottom edge of the swoop. So let's do that. I think that it's funny. It's funny how nature, I mean, of course, not nature, but reality sometimes has a way of helping you out. And I'm gonna throw a line in something like this, and I'm not even gonna indicate what it is, like, exactly, but it's for some reason I want there to be a line there. And I'm gonna, oh, I think I know why, because without it, it's, if this line were to go to here, it would create this pointy shape here, and I don't think we want a pointy shape right there. I don't even think we want a line that right there either. Oh, there we go. A subtle change in density would be fine. Okay. You see how there's a dark blue edge? Maybe a dark line would help. Okay. I'll imply this is a sort of a hem edge. All right, now how are we doing? Overall, I think we solved some problems, certainly down here. This feels grounded over here, as does this. And the dishwasher shape worked okay. I liked how it came over here. I'm okay. I don't know. I'm not sure about that one. Let's see if I pull it over a little bit. Here's the thing. There's a lot of linear shapes up here in a very non-linear drawing. And then there's this weird wedge that I created by the top of the countertops. Bit of a problem. Can you see that? You see how this feels cold and this feels warm? This is unwanted cold. So this is where I would go back to my abstract, but on the other hand, the checks work, this line works, it's connecting these two with a linear line, but it's contrast to the organic lines. And this shape works nicely, except it's too close in value to here, but that's pretty easy because we've got the leaf coming over here, and we just have to establish what the top of this thing is. And that's easy to do too. We could decide where the top is, because in reality the top really would be down here, but that's going to feel too low. So let's try it. Well, so I'm gonna let's see, I'm gonna create some ins and outs over here of these weird things. And then I want to break up this square with something, so I'm going to use that, like, you know, it's kind of fun to have things go off and come back on. But not always. It depends. Is that bothering me, or does that feel good? We will have to see later. I'm gonna just go with it, with toning this slightly, and let's see how it goes. I made them disappear a little bit. Okay. This shape is popping out, which is unfortunate, but the only reason it's popping out is because it's relating to, this is darker, that's lighter, and then there's this funny thing where this shape is somehow referencing this shape. I don't know why, but as soon as I tone this dark, these two will come together. I know that. So let's see what happens. The reason I'm using my hand like this is it's an easy way to get, like, sort of like straight lines, but you know, you don't necessarily want straight lines. Maybe you want them to be different shapes. Okay, but okay, so now you can sort of tell what I'm talking about. Okay. See how those came together? These are almost coming together, but they're not. And I'm not sure exactly why that is. This is a trick my grandpa told me. If you rest your knuckles against the side of the paper, well, as long as the sheet isn't crooked, you get a pretty straight line by holding your pencil steady. Okay. Does that work better? All right, so we got a problem. These are supporting actors. This is the main character. And it doesn't exist, or barely exists. So, of course, it's creating this weird feeling. Let me just see what this looks like when it's darker. And then oops, something doesn't feel quite right about that. And then this edge is not very happy. I'm gonna if I go parallel to the perspective lines, then hopefully this shape will stay in the back. I'm gonna give it a teeny bit of reference to dishwasher, but not much. Okay, so I don't feel great about it yet. I still feel like this needs something up here. I mean, it's possible that I could move the stage down to here. Yeah, actually. Do you see how that worked? See how that it changed things, of course, but the main actor was this when it was up here, and when I dropped it to here, it became this, which is great, because I don't really want it to be. I want it to be a unified feeling. So let's do it. I just gotta shut this down and erase that part. Okay, so the light's changing. It's late afternoon, and that happens. So you could stop the drawing and start the next day, but you can also keep going. So here we are. I took out the this part over here, and I cleaned up over here, just the outside. And let's talk about this here. So right now, this is totally getting lost. And this doesn't really read as a box yet. And this doesn't really read as it's coming around here. Okay, so this lead is a little darker than this lead. Let me test that theory. Yeah. Let's see. I don't know. Not a good test. Anyway, let's go back to my old pencil. No, let's go to the new pencil. All right. Let's see what we can do. The drawing may be all right. So the things I want to focus on are this and what is happening up here, which I don't like. So the reason why this is not working right now on the drawing is because when I toned this background area, the objects themselves are in the darker range, like 7 or 8 on the value scale, and then I darkened the background to the same value, and so it disappeared. So we know right away this has to be lighter, and it also by putting it into a white box kind of thing, it'll also it will gain attention, contrast. Yeah, I will go to the areas of highest contrast. In a piece of art, or the brightest color. And if it's color, yellow wins. Yellow and red. Okay. All right, so already it's like a lot better. I don't like how it died. Now the energy, it comes over here and just like, what? So now I know this also has to go later. You remember what happened over here when this value was the same as that value? This leaf disappeared. So we got to do a little quick transition over here between a dark value here and a lighter value here, and this is a good example of I'm kind of composing abstractly now, but I'm trying to imply that there is a shadow that is throwing that triangle because it's convenient for me to have a triangle there. Didn't quite work. Probably because they all came to this one spot and that doesn't look natural. So let me just put this here. My board. Okay. All right, here we go. So let's try it up a little higher. And I'll give it a light. There. Not great, but you just gotta keep moving and we'll come back to it. Yeah, it wants something up here that's different. Better. And over here, is it this way? This way. So I'm playing around, and it's the only way to do it. Yeah, that looks better. And then I could, now do I want a stronger line here? Maybe, because this right now, that doesn't feel great. Could imply like a kick, what do you call this? I forget what they call this. Kick plate. And I'll put a little thing in there. Too much. There you go. No, that was dumb. Okay. Can you see how this rectangle feels kind of weird? I think it's because it's too wide for the composition, maybe? I really want it to go down to there, because that will be like strange. So, and also this line is going up, and this line is a little flatter, so that doesn't work. I think it's because I was thrown off by the kind of weird shapes I have going over there. So let's try to straighten this out a little bit. Okay. All right, can you see how that's starting to work better? We're gonna take this down a notch. Okay. All right, now this is not working up here, but it's partly because there's too many lines. Okay, still doesn't work, but I just need a something that implies that it's the counter, like a bowl. And a little shadow. A little fuzz. Nope. Definitely not. Nope. All right. Better. So I took a lot of the detail away, and now the eye doesn't go there as much. If I just do little miniature lines and I make them so you can just barely see them. And then I like indicate that this is the dishwasher. Maybe it's one of those fancy ones with no buttons. Okay. you see a shadow and it has a line on the edge, you know you're in trouble. Shadows do not have lines. Okay. Okay. Hold on a second here. Oh, could you just turn the light on? It's getting hard to see. Oh, down. No, you know I don't like that. No. Yeah. There, yeah. Oops, I messed up, and I thought I was recording and I wasn't recording. Okay, so made some changes to what was the dishwasher. I turned it into some cabinets, and I didn't get the perspective, feeling the vertical very perfectly here. Yeah, you gotta be careful with this paper. It slides around, and then your verticals aren't vertical anymore. But that's okay. Not to sound like Bob Ross, but imperfections are part of the life of a drawing. All right. So this is pulling forward and feels good. This will feel good when I go and I hit, bring in the, these little dark little bits there, and there. That will make this pop against. Right now they're sort of a little bit outlined. So that will work. The thing that's not working is this plant, because it's too much in the gray value, and so we need to work on it. I need to work on it. Okay, so here we go. I know the light's all different than it was. That's okay. Now we need to kind of go into our own world. We're creating a world. So, if you saw this plant in an alley, no, not an alley. If you saw this plant with the window lighting, not overhead lights, how would it feel? Okay, let's look at the plant. All right. So I'm missing. See right here. Right here. I know the light's different, but there was some light coming there, and so that's an important dark right there, and under here is obviously dark, and I know that the window light was coming from this direction. So all right, so here we go. So what's gonna make this pop? If I go dark here, then I come under here, it's gonna flatten the drawing out. So the darkness over here is going to be fine if I go dark on this side and not on the edge. On the edge it would flatten out. So here we go. Let's start this. you know, when you're painting landscape, the landscape is always changing. So let's go into feel mode. How is this feeling? Okay. All right, so did you feel that? Like when I laid in that line, it kind of echoed this line. I'm just gonna make this a little more delicate. And bring it out a little bit more. And give this some definition here. I don't mind when things disappear slightly. Okay. Unfortunately, I was looking at the camera and not at my plant or my drawing. Okay, you see how that kind of starts to be in the same language as over here? I'm squinting at the plant. I'm still seeing some very, of course, there's sharp shadows right under here because it's an overhead light, but I still feel like even with afternoon light coming in the windows, it would still be darker here. And this leaf is like all messed up. Remember we had this problem where during the day this was illuminated and this was also illuminated and this was darker because the light's coming from that direction. So it's no longer that the case. Now we have the highlights in a more predictable thing, and we can see the little stripes there, which is kind of cool. I'm tempted to kind of jump ship from what I've got and go with this because you see how this shape pops out because it's lighter and that shape recedes because it's darker, and that's not happening here. So okay, I'll do it. All right. Oh, I'm videoing. All right. All right. Okay. Now, if I were you doing your plant at home, I would definitely be squinting at this moment. There it is. Oops. You see the angle is not like I drew it an S shape. Remember, I had this problem earlier actually. Don't be afraid to change things radically. See the little dark spots in there? Not really dark, but it's key to showing the shape. It also really helps with this. So when you rub with your finger, you get a smooth gradient, but you lose all the character of your pencil line. So it's a double-edged sword. You see what I'm trying to do there? Now the leaf is popping out against the background, like in real life. And there's highlights, you know, right in here, and it's kind of like a triangular shape of highlight. So I wouldn't mind that, because that would create another thing that points to where I want it to point. Okay, so it's going to be dark stripes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 3 over here, and well, and then this one has a dark on the left. You see that? That's about that dark line. And then boy, there's like this weird dark edge. Like it runs along the top. You see it right there? It's tricky. It's hard to see. But like this is not a uniform thing. It actually goes darker towards the right side of that dark edge. Not that you have to do all that, but okay. And now I have to take out the brightness up here. And Notice I'm using my hand in different ways to be able to do different thicknesses of I mean the stroke, like how you hold your hand, like how you move your hand. You can get really different degrees of straightness and curves. Reverse curves, obviously, if you're right-handed, are more difficult. But these curves are pretty easy because that's the way the hand goes. Okay, so why isn't this leaf popping out? It's not. This leaf is not popping out yet. And why isn't this highlight popping out? It's because a couple of things. It's all the same value. And there's no push pull with like details, you know, like or not details, but I don't know how to say it, but oh, this is really, this shape makes this pop out, and also it's contrasting to the color. Its color is making it not pop out because there's no color in the drawing except one. So what I'm going to do here is, another question to ask yourself though is, do you want that leaf to pop out? And if it did pop out, would it cause a problem? So I'm gonna make this side of it pop out because creating this shape makes the eye go right in here, which is really important. I'm also gonna beef this up, and this has to go dark. And this has to go dark. And this has to go dark. Uh-oh. Can you feel something needs to happen right here? So I'm going to add a pod. And what about this stick thing at the end? See it? So if I make that stick, if I make this stick dark, it'll join with this stick. So that doesn't work. I mean pod, because I want the pods to feel like pods. So what are my choices? Oh, I think what I did is okay. are actually really interesting colors. I don't know if you can tell, but in the shape, there's a little raised edge to them. They're not round. It's almost like a pepper. So does that feel like a pepper on here? No. Definitely elongated more than I have it, and larger. But if I make this larger, if I make it like reality, where it really is quite a bit larger than the other ones, the drawing's gonna get messed up. So let's take liberties, make it smaller. Okay. That's it. Oops, sorry. We got the nice plant going with this one. Got to feel it. I guess I could make this a little higher to get that triangle going. Make this lower, and that will focus more attention onto the orchid. I'm trying to get this to go down here. That was my mistake. Here we go. Okay, is that better or worse? I think it's worse. This is why sometimes you don't want to overwork things. Because if you try to make them perfect, you've lost the life. And I lost the life in that highlight. This looks like it came out of a can. Alright, so back to the drawing board. Thought it was done. And now I have to reboot, squint, and draw. Now when I squint at the whole piece, this is taking up too much. So I'm going to try to fade it out. Okay. Oh, one more thing. Signature. So signature isn't just to say who did what. It is actually a element in a drawing. And so placement and size is just as important as any other detail. So if I sign it down here, which is the normal place to sign it, that's fine. I could also sign it over here. If I thought this was gonna, if the signature would reduce the quality of the drawing here. And as it happens, I think the signature will be okay there, because this will be tight, and yeah, you could put your signature anywhere you want. It could be over these two things if you thought that maybe that would help, like almost like stitches, having these two elements work together, like shape-wise. Oh, and do you want the signature flat, or do you want it to go parallel to this line? If I do it flat, that will make this look odd. So I think it has to go parallel to this line. Okay, here we go. Oh, and then how hard and with what sharpness of pencil. But I'm going to do a soft tip on the pencil, and there you go. And it also adds a little bit of detail down here, which it didn't. Something's going on down there, which probably it made it a little bit better because it was a little hurting. Hope you enjoyed this video, and I'll do some more.